Okay, good morning to everybody on the committee and those in the public that are attending this hearing on 521. Before we get into 521, just several announcements for the committee. We will be hearing this bill first today, but following this bill, we will break into caucuses. And so we will be starting the exec sessions up following the caucuses. And that the caucuses, I'm sure, will last a good half hour, maybe a little bit longer. So that for the public that you don't have to sit through and wait. You can go wander the halls or whatever. So with that, I'd like to open up this hearing for 521. This is a bill relative to the Department of Education payment for placement for an episode of treatment. Welcome, Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Education Committee. For the record, I am Representative Erica Leon of Derry, and I'm delighted to be back in front of this committee. With my experience serving on this committee, now in Health and Human Services, and being on my fiscal advisory board for my school district, one of the areas that I have of interest is to find where we're making local taxpayers pay for health care and get that out of the local taxpayers' obligation and get it to the state, getting it to the Department of Health and Human Services, or whichever bucket is the correct one, because local school rate taxpayers should not be paying for the health care of those students. The department came to me with this bill because there is a current issue with the system of care. We actually have, as I'm sure you're all aware, we have an issue with boarding children who are going through troubling mental times, possibly suicidal, and they're being boarded in hospitals on their way to a placement. There was an existing system where with a court-ordered placement, they could be placed into a facility and that would be paid for by the Department of Education. There is a new voluntary program that was recently created, but there's no funding mechanism for that expense to be paid by the department, and it's currently borne by local taxpayers. This bill would address that issue, and I'm delighted that I can have any small role in this. I don't actually understand all of the full details, so I will turn that over to Rebecca Fredette, the State Director of Special Education Services, but I hope that you'll look at this as one of the potential solutions of untangling that mix between healthcare and education and sending the bill where it really truly deserves to go.
Thank you very much, Representative Leon. I know you have to be out of here very quickly. I do too. And I know Representative Myler is already he's not. Representative Luno's out of here. And instead, I have a question. Have you been in contact with the department so you can get a better understanding of what kind of fiscal impact, fiscal note this is going to result in? I know it says right here, for this bill as introduced at this time, when completed, the fiscal note will be available. Have you had any approximations of what type of dollars we're talking about here?
Thank you. I don't have those dollars right now. That's something that I can get back to you before you have this scheduled for an executive session. Mm-hmm. These same students, if they went through the more time-intensive process for a court-ordered placement, would end up being paid by the department. The question is, through voluntary agreement, do we get this treatment sooner, or do we make them go through this process?
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for bringing this forward. If I'm looking at this correctly, there's two agencies involved, DHHS and DOE. DHHS would be involved in terms of the costs if the child was other than a special needs child. If it is a special needs child, then the cost would be covered by the Department of Education. Is that understanding correct?
Possibly. I think that'd be a better question for the Director of Special Education Services.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, I'm also going to be leaving. Representative Cordelli will take over the meeting. Do we have any other cards on this one? We have. So Department of Education, Rebecca, you're at bat.
There you go.
Good morning. Thank you, Representative Vlad and the committee. My name is Rebecca Fredette. I'm the State Director of Special Education. We've asked for the change in RSA 193-27 to add the definition of an episode of treatment, and in RSA 186C18. I believe you have my statement in front of you. And then it does have an attachment, which is technical assistance that we provide to the districts regarding this exact thing we're going to talk about. An episode of treatment, as defined by our proposal, is when a child needs to be placed by the Department of Health and Human Services in a DHHS contracted and or certified program to receive more intensive treatment and supports, and has the objective of helping children in crisis avoid or reduce the use of psychiatric hospitals and emergency rooms. These placements are determined through DHHS's integrated system called the System of Care. It's been developed in the last few years. Some of you may be familiar with it, and specifically the Fast Forward program. While these determinations are made in the best interest of the child, they are not considered an IEP team placement. And therefore, a district is not able to access their IDEA funds to support the placement, nor have they budgeted for these placements. This is very similar to our current RSA 186C19B, whereby the state provides aid through our court-ordered placement funds. Within this fund, once the district has paid 3 times the estimated state average expenditure per child, all expenses beyond that will be covered by the court-ordered placement funds. These COP funds currently cover children in placement for which the Department of Health and Human Services has the financial responsibility. In this past year, there have been 50 children placed through this system of care. Districts have struggled with this process as it is outside the IDEA process and is not part of an IEP team decision, where the educational decisions are made regarding the needs of the child educationally. The current expectation is that this number will increase over time. However, it is also expected that the number of court-ordered placements will decrease moving forward. And I forgot the words "will decrease" on the on this. While we are supportive of the necessity for the system of care and the decisions made in the best interests of children, we would ask that this RSA be changed to support these placements as we do our court-ordered placements.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Thank you for taking my question. Could you just explain why these placements are not part of the standard IEP process?
So you can only place a child if the IEP team has determined that this is appropriate for their educational needs. So you may have a child that goes to school and is fine. They have their IEP implemented. The district has never thought of placing them somewhere else. It's not an issue there. And then because of either issues at home or mental health issues, they do get placed in one of these facilities. Well, it wasn't based on a need for their disability. It was based on another need. And so we're not able to pay for that placement through that. The team, what we have suggested in the technical assistance is that IEP team convene and discuss the placement and say, is this a placement we would have placed this child based on their needs within our facility? If they determine that it isn't, they cannot pay for it with their IDA funds or their special education funds. There are times, I will clarify though, that there are times that maybe the child has been having difficulty in school and they just haven't gotten to the point where they're going to place them. And so there are occasions where the district will say, we were headed in this direction anyway. So yes, we agree and we will start to pay for this. But all of that would be at their own cost. It would not be part of a court-ordered placement payment that we provide to them as part of that process.
Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. Could you please define other need that would be beyond the IDEA?
So
What kinds of things would it be?
sure. I don't know if my colleague Rebecca Ross from DHHS can define this much better, but I will give you the information I know. I don't believe she was able to attend today. So there are times when a child may be suicidal or they may be violent at home and they're a threat to their family, but they may not have this going on at school, because we need to focus on with the educational portion, which is what IDA says. You look at how is this impacting them educationally. They may be doing fine. They may be going home and saying, I want to kill myself. Unfortunately, not a good thing, but they may be saying that, or they may be violent towards their siblings. And the family needs assistance, so they reach out to the Fast Forward program and say, I need help. And then Fast Forward helps them to determine what kind of assistance they may need. And in some cases, in this case, it would be that they are placed in a facility to support their needs. But it isn't impacting them educationally, which is where we have this. It's the same as if a student was placed by DCYF and they have the court order, we pay for that through our court ordered placement funds. Welcome.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. A question about the funding, the funding part coming out of DOE. And I don't even pretend to know how that whole funding situation on special ed goes, but I do know that there's a certain finite pot that is then prorated for disbursement to special ed. And I'm just wondering, does this money come out of that pot, that finite pot, so it makes the prorating less? And is it also out of the educational trust fund?
Thank you for the question. That what you're referencing is our special education aid pot, and that it does have a finite amount of money, and it does come out of the educational trust fund. The court-ordered placement money does not have a finite amount of money, and I would have to ask Caitlin what pot of money it comes out of, because I'm not clear on that one.
Yes.
So just to be clear in my own mind, if this goes through, it's not going to make any significant difference in what reimbursement schools will get now from proration after this goes through.
Because it's two separate accounts.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Would a student, and I have two parts to this question because I don't know. If a student has an episode and has to be hospitalized, could they then be eligible for a 504 plan at that time? And my second part is, if they are, is there funding that could be accessed to provide that?
So this bill is only for students who have been identified with a disability through IDEA and have an IEP. So it wouldn't be for students that are 504. I believe that DHHS pays for students who are not in special education. They pay the whole thing for any of the students that are not in special education.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Cornell.
Thank you for taking my question. So if they're hospitalized and they are in an IEP, but the IEP isn't for what they're hospitalized for, who pays for that right now without this bill?
DHHS.
Okay.
But but there's no, I don't know how they pay it. But I wouldn't want to speak to that.
So it gets paid for by the state. It's not something that, like, say it's a student from Manchester, it doesn't come, Manchester doesn't have to pay for it.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Further questions? I just have oh, yes, Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So if it isn't coming, so what funds are coming out of the district then? Currently?
If they determine, so there's the two scenarios. If they determine it's not something they would have done for an IEP, then they do not pay anything currently. If they do determine it is something they would have paid for through the IEP, they pay for the entire educational portion of the placement with no assistance from us. They could go to special education aid, but then that goes back to Representative Tanner's concern about making that proration for special education aid less to each school.
Thank you.
Just for my own clarification, possibly, if the student is a special needs student, but the placement is outside of IDEA, outside of their disability, such as you said, a threat at home or something, I thought I also heard that since that child is a special needs student, the Department of Education would pick up the cost. Am I mistaken in that?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
But so to clarify, the school district is still responsible for the provision of special education if they are placed. So they ensure that they collaborate with whatever school that is that the child has gone to and ensure that either they're sending somebody to provide services to the child or that they're working with that school to ensure that special ed is provided.
So if the placement is made by DHHS and they are a special needs child, but the placement is not a result of their special needs, then the cost would be picked up by DHHS?
Yes.
Thank you. Any further questions? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and please tell me if this isn't an appropriate request. Could there be a fact sheet that lists the various scenarios and who currently covers them?
Sure. Yep.
Because I'm finding it hard to take this all
it
in
is-
properly and get it straight.
Yes, it is very confusing.
That would be very helpful,
Yeah.
thank you.
Any further questions? Oh, yes, Representative Lakis.
Thank you. Thank you for answering this. To follow on with what he said, if we don't pass this bill, and so the way it is currently, if the child has an IEP, but that doesn't include this placement, but DHHS decides the placement, like for the example which you said, then the school district itself, because it's not in the IEP, would have to pick up all of the, what costs?
So they would have to pick up the costs if they determined that yes, it is an appropriate placement based on their special education. Say they've already been having difficulty with the child, they've been trying to determine what's the best way to support the child. And when that placement happens, they are supposed to have an IEP meeting and they say, we were already headed in this direction anyway, we're going to agree to this. Yes, they would pick up the entire cost of that. Or they would apply for special education aid, which would then make that proration even less for districts.
And
Follow up?
oh, I'm sorry, yes. Just, but if the issue isn't related to their disability, like problems at home or suicidal or whatever, and we don't pass this, how is the money and spending divided up?
So then it would, if they determined that it was not part of the IEP, currently DHHS is paying for that, but it was not something that they had planned on. So I'm not sure. You would have to ask them about their financial situation in relation to this.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Becky. Just a last question for me is, do you have any data on how many students or the number of students that fall under these episodes of treatments that don't get financially paid either by DHHS or state funds or
I
CAT
do
aid?
not, because it's just started, so it's been a, we had to put the TA out to assist with districts and make sure that they knew what was supposed to happen. So with the 50 kids that have gone, I don't believe that's all kids, not just students with disabilities.
Right.
And I don't know the number of how they've determined that. I would have to reach out to every district and say,
How many?
yeah.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Thank you. So is there any cost that a parent has to bear on that?
That would be a question for DHHS because they determine that through their fast forward program.
By
when they're
insurance,
assisted. Yeah, probably. I would assume so, yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there any other cards? No other cards? Is there anyone from Department of Health and Human Services? Seeing none. No one else wishes to testify? Thank you very much. We'll close the hearing. And I think we'll all be breaking for our individual caucuses. And we'll reconvene at a time to be determined. Yes.
So she was just providing information.
going to at this time go into executive session for today, January the 31st, and we have on the docket here, the first bill to discuss today is 419. This is relative to math learning communities program of community college system and making an appropriation therefore. I'm going to hand the gavel over to Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 419, relative to the Math Learning Communities Program of the Community College System and making an appropriation therefore. And I call on Chairman Ladd for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to make the motion OTP for 419.
I'd second that.
Second by Representative Myler.
Thank you.
Discussion by the chairman.
Basically, we've had math learning communities on the books previously in statute. It's a program which assists the teaching of mathematics in the high school and better prepares students for the transition to community college system and careers. It allows us to provide an alternative track for grades 10 and 11 and 12. And it also enables us to have an assessment to better understand where students are in terms of understanding algebraic concepts and principles at the end of that 10th grade after Algebra 1. And then with parent permission, school counselor, teachers, a decision can be made to track the youngster student into the foundations for mathematics and quantitative math. And the quantitative math is, of course, if passed, they get their collegiate credit for the post-secondary. They're all prepared. And we've seen success. We have 38 high schools that have participated in this in the past. There's training provided through this program. We're talking $200,000. And the training is provided by the community college system, by the Beth Dorian that's over there at the community college system. In the summer, we pull teachers down from the high schools into the community college, train them. We have teachers teaching teachers. They go back with materials. All the materials are provided through the program. So I would encourage that we move forward with this bill.
Any comments by the seconder?
No, just, I do have some numbers here. I was talking with Rick earlier. For 419, for those who signed in online, you had 3 that supported it and no opposition.
Thank you. Discussion on the bill by the committee. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli. Chairman Lai, just a question on the effective date. Is this July 1? If this goes through and through both houses and the governor, would that be time enough to cover next fall's classwork?
I believe with the community college system and the appropriation of dollars, which they have, I think it's timely. We have because part of this is already in statute.
Right.
So it just is going to provide us the green light of pursuing this program. I think all the statutory is basically in place. So I think it's possible.
Okay.
If we see something going on as far as the time of this, there's the opportunity that
I was thinking more teacher recruitment for it, that's all.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I think we're okay.
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli.
Thank you. Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Representative. My question is, the funding for this program, is it for 2 years, just 2 years, or is it going to be sustainable?
I have to look at the bill.
Remember what the RSA is?
I think it is 2 years. I think during that time that we have the opportunity to watch this program and then go further with it. It's something that we're using the next generation AccuPlacer. Is that the right tool? I've been told by the community college it is for the high school. However, there may be some tweaks and changes that come out of having teachers use this for 2 years. And I think at that time we can make it, the funding will of course change. Yeah.
Further questions, comments? Seeing none. If the clerk is ready, we'll proceed with the roll call.
Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Petronel,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadin,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Representative Chair Ladd.
Yes. Is there any objection to consent? We can do it. It's a small, you're talking 200 grand. No problem.
20 zip, right?
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay. For those in the public and on the committee, when I hand the gavel over, that gives me the opportunity to make the motion. But the gavel then, upon my making the motion, can be handed back. And because we're not hearing something, we're not taking testimony, I can continue to run the meeting. So the next bill which we have is, are you ready, Madam Clerk? We're just going to not rush you. Okay, thumbs up. HB 542, establishing an academic research and improvement performance, a data analyst in the Department of Education. I hand the gavel over to Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 542, I would call on Chairman Ladd for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion for 542 OTP. Okay, go with it.
Thank you.
So taking that back, Representative Ladd made the motion, second by Representative Cornell. And discussion. We've had a lot of discussion on this academic research and improvement performance analyst at the department. We feel that the department in this regard is very, very understaffed with just one individual there with Dr. Nate Green. This will better help us understand and interpret the data we're getting back from the statewide assessment. It also allows us to get down into the weeds, track cohorts, and to train and work with folks out in the school districts. Yesterday, when I met with the superintendents over at the Crapponi Center, they were very excited about this bill, knowing that they may get some support. This is smaller districts don't have this type of a support to really get down and do this. This will provide them information and possibly save dollars out in the field, whereas if you're seeing a weakness in one of your subject areas, you don't have to dump the whole program. You can try to determine where in the program you need some changes, and this analyst will help you work and accomplish that end. Thank you. Recognize Representative Myler.
Yes, the electronic sign-in was 4 support and 4 opposed.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Cornell, you were the second on that.
I just remember from all my years of being in a school, getting back the information, it would be so helpful to have somebody help you design, how to work with the areas that, your school scored low on, or even individual students. So this would be very helpful.
Further discussion from the committee? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk? We're going to be calling the roll here now on 542, establishing an academic research and improvement performance data analyst in the Department of Education.
Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadin,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Once again, is there any problem with consent? Thank you. We'll put it on consent if the clerk so esteems, and we'll see it elsewhere, but I think we're going to be good with it. Alrighty. The next bill which we have, I'm going to slow down here a little bit for our clerk. I can remember as a clerk myself, I was always a bill behind and trying to figure out, so,
I still have to fill in the title there. Oh,
yeah. All right, HB 334, relative to determination and cost of a state adequate education. Recognize who we have that one? No, Noble, yes, okay. Representative Noble for a motion?
Like to make a motion to ITL.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, Representative Luno made that second. And recognize Representative Noble, the maker of the motion.
So this bill would raise the base adequacy grant from $3,866.18 to $9,517.04 by taking half of the average statewide cost per pupil. I have nothing else to say.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Representative Luno.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'll be quick on this. There's a lot we can say on it, but we've actually got a full committee work session, I think, scheduled for tomorrow on a number of school funding bills. But I think everybody in this around the table here appreciates how complicated the school funding matters are in New Hampshire, and that a one-size-fits-all approach to school funding is not necessarily is not going to do the trick, and it certainly leaves out many school districts, especially the one that Representative Cascadin had led for so many years up in Berlin. So I appreciate the prime sponsor's intent behind this, but look forward to working with the sponsor down the road as we tackle this problem. Thank you.
Huge problem. Huge consideration. Are there further consideration from the Representative Myler?
Just again, the electronic, on this, submissions were 42 support, 7 opposed.
Okay, further Representative Ellison?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to reinforce what Representative Luno said, that this is a complicated issue, but that bill moves us right in a very strong direction, and that when we're getting together and we're looking at various bills and trying to make sense out of this, that we in fact do include the prime sponsor of this bill in those discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the bill? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekes,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadin,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you very much. Consent? Thank you. We will put that on consent. The next bill which we have in front of us today for executing here, going back to the front side here, is 364. I'm going to wait for the clerk to catch up to us.
I'm good.
Are you good? Yep. Thank you. Okay, 364 is relative to transportation for students attending career and technical education centers. I'm going to hand the gavel off to Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 364, I call on Representative Ladd for a motion.
I make the motion about OTP.
Second by Representative Cornell.
Thank you very much, Representative Cornell. Okay, excuse me, I'll go ahead and speak as the maker of the motion. This is an issue that career technical education centers and working with the directors and all the centers in the state, over 20, and we also have an issue with 5 of them being across the river in Vermont. In our sending the students from the sending schools to the career tech centers, we are sending approximately, I'm just going to use rounded off figures, we have about 10,000 students attending, of which 8,000 students live and reside in the district in which they have the CTE center and go to the high school in that CTE center. About 2,000 students are sent via transportation from a sending school to the receiving center. And the way we reimburse transportation right now is at 10 cents per mile per pupil on these buses. That is really tough for school districts that are sending, especially smaller, all districts. They're sending on one of these multiple passenger yellow buses, elementary kids, 66 kids on that bus, and we may have 3 or 4 kids that are going to the CTE center because that's the space or the seats available for that CTE student. And so it's really turning into a tremendous unfunded a cost that's been hammered down to the local school districts. And we recognize that. And it's also causing some school districts say we can't afford to send these kids. And that's something we don't want either. So we're looking in this bill another way of establishing the reimbursement formula. Currently, we fund CTE centers at $9 million per year. And out of that $9 million, we first take out the transportation costs and we do it via that formula, 10 cents per mile. It adds up close to $700,000, $680,000 per year. And the remainder of the money is then used for tuition costs. And we want to have more kids participate, but the more kids participate, then our tuition costs are being hammered because we have to prorate those monies around just the growing numbers. So the sending districts receive less and less as a result. So this entire formula needs a good strict look at, and we're suggesting that this bill go in effect in July 1, 2025. It gives the department time to put in place the recommendations which are coming forth in the statutory languages coming forth, that transportation be based upon funding reimbursement based upon the type of vehicle, the mileage it's driven, and the number of trips which are made daily. This will make a significant difference, and of course there might be different mileage costs, or should be mileage costs, when we're talking about a van versus a large school bus or some other means of transportation. And we do know too that the student that transports themselves with the approval of the sending district, it's at 25 cents per mile, and that's hard too. So this bill is certainly another attempt working with our school districts, our CTE centers, the directors, to reimagine how we're going to be funding transportation. And this is how this bill is really a replicate of what the Kansas State Department of Education is doing for their students. And there's a number of states which are doing just this, other than 10 cents per mile, which is just hard to accept that. Thank you. Is there a?
I want
Representative
to
Cornell?
agree with what Rep. Ladd said, being on the advisory committee. I think one topic of conversation that comes up a lot is the cost of transporting students, and how some districts, students, they just decide not to allow the students to go because they can't afford the transportation. And also, we really underfund CTE other than transportation anyway. Just looking at the handout that we had gotten and comparing us to Delaware, we give 9 million and Delaware gives 89 million to CTE. So I think we have a lot more to do.
Yeah, and the percentage of kids that go to CT in Delaware are well over 50%, and ours is well below 50%, down in the teens. And we want more kids getting these skills. They come out with a skill, they come out with a job, they come out with achievement scores that are on average 5 percentage points above those coming out of the regular high school. And there's a whole lot of different programs which we're unaware of, and we don't really see what these CTs are teaching now. When I was at a CT center down in Salem, where Director Dodge works, I can remember talking to one of the girls I saw in a classroom there. And this is the old vocational school, but this is not the vocational school. This is a high-tech school. And she was majoring in medical areas dealing with computer sciences, etc. And I said, where are you going to go to school next year? She said, I've already been accepted, early acceptance, Virginia Tech. And so we need to encourage this, and we need more kids attending our CTE centers without a doubt. So I support Representative Cornell and what she's doing over there. I was on that council too. And I can remember every year we were looking at the next thing that's going to come down the road is tuition. And we're going to have to reimburse more for tuition. If we actually fund transportation the way we should, fully fund it, it'd be $2.6 million rather than the $600,000. To really support the whole 9 yards, we're talking more, but we're taking it step by step here and going after the tuition right now.
Myler?
Representative Myler?
Yes, the electronic responses were 6 support, 0 opposed.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Light. Hearing you talking about the various CTE Commission programs, I just need to throw in a little public relations piece here for Conway. And our newest program and highly successful is aviation. They're flying, they're getting pilot licenses, they have simulators, they use the regular plane to the airport. It's terrific. And they're going into airlines work, as Clinton knows, and drone work, yeah.
Yeah, and thank you very much, Representative Woodcock. And they've also developed some hardware which has gone up with NASA. And at Kennett, they're doing a wonderful job up there. It's one of the centers that I'd love to be living in and have send my own kids to it, because there would be a job waiting for them. By the way, the last 747 came off the line yesterday, and that's it. Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we talked in committee, we talked about the effective date of 2025, and we talked about why not 2024? Are we still sticking with 2025?
I think what we're going to be crowding it a little bit. This is a formula which they may come up with tweaking that formula a little bit. So I didn't change that date. If the DOE feels they can do that, this is going to go to another committee. It's going to go to the Senate, and we can change the date there. So I think the best thing for us to do is move it now and ask that question, Representative Hall. Later on in a couple months here, we can still change that. Yes.
Great, thank you.
It's a good point. Further discussion? Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekes,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Nook,
Yes.
Representative Peck.
Yes.
Okay. Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler, Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
All good with consent? Thank you. I'm going to jump over the next bill and go to 272 and open this bill up. HB 272 is increasing charter public school per pupil funding. So I'm opening this bill up and we're going to close it right off here. We're not going to take any action on this one today, but we are in exec session on this bill. And so we will be coming back, and let me explain to people that we're all recognizing that this bill there is a need behind it. However, it's tied into a number of other bills dealing with per pupil costs, not just charter schools, but elsewhere. And we're looking at the possibility of tying this thing together with other legislation. So that will have to be done when we deal with other legislation as well. So we're going to not exact that today, and we're going to close the hearing on. I'm going to have the second to recess. We're going to recess this to a time to be announced. So we will go then on to.
I can go up and check on copies for 103 and 147 amendments that I have.
Yeah, let's go on and do 577 also right now, because this bill is very similar to what we just did relative to state aid for special education pupils. I'd like to open this up and have discussion. I'm not going to take any kind of recommendations at this time, but I'd like to have a little bit of a discussion on it, other than myself. This is a bill, 577, relative to state aid for special education pupils. And what it's doing, in a nutshell, we have what we call special education aid. It was called catastrophic aid. There's a specific formula on how districts that have students with disabilities that have a need for real intensive training in this area, and definitely even residential placement or hospital placement. There's a lot to this. It's a very important bill. And the way the formula works, and then we'll have a little discussion on it, is that it's based upon the average cost per pupil, to multiply that by 3.5 times. So I'm going to say hypothetically the average cost is $20,000. Before a district's going to even start receiving any support for this other than through differentiated aid for that student, which is a little over $2,000, they're going to have to go to 3.5 times that average cost source. They're going to have to expend $70,000 before they're going to be eligible to receive any kind of catastrophic aid. Then for the next portion, up to 10 times that, they're going to receive 20% support of that. The 80% is paid by the state, and above 10 times, the state takes over. This is a huge cost to districts, huge cost, this bill. We recognize that it's really a mandate that drops down to the local districts to make sure that you pay these initial costs. So I'm going to drop it right there and open it up for a discussion from Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for allowing this committee to hold on to the last bill as well as this one, so that we can learn a little bit more about it. When we heard it last week, it had it did not have a and everybody's working hard on these fiscal notes, so I'm not throwing anybody under the bus, but it had one of those sort of indeterminable fiscal notes, and I think it would be very helpful, as to have a better understanding, and maybe if there's a way the department might be able to look at back in the napkin costing out, going from the 1.5 benchmark that this is at, all the way up to 3.5, maybe in half point, increments. We'd at least we'd be able to have a series of costs around it, so we could do exactly what you suggested, Mr. Chair, which is maybe 1.5's not the answer, maybe 3.5's not the answer, maybe it's something in there, and see how that fits in with some of the other school funding legislation we're looking at.
I concur with you in not having that fiscal note, and this is a policy committee, got it. However, the policy is that, as I recall, just off the top of my, I thought we were talking in this category in the departments here, approximately 760 kids in that what qualify for CAD aid, special ed aid. If you drop this down to 3 times, so you're taking that half off of using the formula, which, I just said, a 20 grand, you're talking $10,000, multiply that times 760, what do you come up? $7.6 million, something like that, roughly, my grade school math.
Well, it's not 760 at that point.
Pardon me?
It's not 760. The number of kids, the number of students
but
that are 3 times
yes,
is
and it's
much
going to be
larger
more.
than
It's
the
going to
number.
be. It's going to be more, and that's
Right.
the point I'm
Yeah.
saying is that trying to say that we know it's going to be more than that $7 million. It's going to be more than that, and that's what we don't know. As you drop it down from 3.5 to 3 to 2.5 to 2 to 1.5, 1. What does that mean in terms of gaining more students that qualify for this, and what are the costs? We don't have that information. And sending something on the finance, I'm fearful that finance, will be looking at the dollars, and I'm trying to also look at the policy behind this. Do we have to tweak other areas of this program too? Do you reach full funding a little later on in the game, and rather than going 8 times, or the 80% range? Do we tweak that somewhere? There's a lot of places when this whole formula that can be looked at policy-wise in terms of who's qualifying for this extra support or not. And for that reason, I too cannot make a decision today. I don't have the information to do it. And so that's why I'm not going to take any kind of recommendation, whether it's up or down or retain. It's an important issue. If we retain it, we don't address this thing till November, and we're just kicking the can down the road. So it's time to really get a good handle on it. So I would ask that if we're able to get the data that both Representative Luno and I are asking for, that would be of tremendous help to us to try and address a better policy answer on this. Any other discussion from our committee? Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to also notice that along with playing with the 3.5 number and looking at the step increments, it may be worth us looking at the 80-20 reimbursement percentage, as far as, because that seems to me that's going to be the crusher for smaller districts who have, a small number of very expensive students.
I would agree with you. That's why I mentioned that portion too. This summer, I think it was either July or August, I was called down to the office here, and I was talking with a community that had a school board member there and leadership, and they're saying, wow, we're short $1.5 million in this. We don't have it in the bank to help pay for this residential cost and our costs, and we're ending up having to take this out of other operational areas within our budget. And that's part of the policy issue we're dealing with. In other words, this is a mandate in the form of reimbursement. It's based upon the previous year's spending and our receipts. And so a district has to come up with this. If they don't have a reserve account, if they don't have that, they're a small district, they are going to have to figure out how to pay for this, and they're going to have to raise the revenue. Oftentimes they're looking at, we might be able to find some in our operating budget, and that's going to subtract from programming that they're looking forward to doing, whether it's professional development or it's usually labor costs, even bigger than that, to try and make up the difference. So this has a lot of policy implications to us, and that's why we need more time to try to filter through this a bit. Further discussion, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to state a optimism that we will address this effectively so there's an improvement in special education funding, not waiting for November or, as you put it, passing it on. These small districts really need this help imminently. Thank you.
We have a deadline on these early bills. We have to decide this issue, what we're going to do one way or the other, retain OTP ITL by the 16th of February. So yes, it's not going to be kicked down. We got to do something. Yes. Okay, so I'm going to recess this to a time to be determined here and go on to the next bill, which is HB 420. Madam Clerk, you might want to catch up with us a little bit here. 420, relative to the availability and funding for the dual and concurrent enrollment program by the community college system and making an appropriation therefore. I'll hand the gavel off to Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 420, I will call on Chairman Ladd for a motion.
Yes, I make the motion OTP.
Second? Representative Myler, thank you. Discussion?
Yes, I'd like to very much. HB 420 has been a bill, a topic which we have discussed here for the last 5 years or so for the concurrent dual enrollment program. And it's a program with Running Start and eStart and et cetera offered by our community college in conjunction with high schools when it's concurrent and dual enrollment. We've seen a lot of wonderful success. When we first started this program, and I've mentioned to the committee before, when I worked with Chancellor Ross Cattell and Todd Leach, the four-year system, which the four-year system begged not to get involved with it, seeing that they could not provide this at the tuition cost that the community college system was offering and that we were expecting. And so we went ahead and we budgeted that year close to $1.5 million or so, 650,000 first year, 950,000 the second year. And tremendous response for grades 11 and 12 students, and it was centered around STEM students, STEM courses. And we went the direction of the STEM courses initially, seeing that we knew we didn't have enough funding available for everything, and so we narrowed the focus down. And so with that, over the years, we've done some changes. We've tweaked the program now so students in grades 10, 11, and 12 can participate. And we've upped the ante as far as how much we've supported the concurrent dual enrollment program. And this bill requests, $3.25 million per year to support this program, but it also opens the program up to all courses that, beyond STEM, which is an important item. In fact, that there's many students that don't want to take a science or a technology course or a math course. They just like to get a few basic college courses under their belt, find out what it's all about. They may be the liberal arts type courses. However, once they're in there, they're finding, I can do this. It's just like when we initially required the SAT to be given to all kids. And in Maine, they found out by mandating the SAT in the 11th grade, the kids which are taking the SAT all of a sudden found, wow, I got a score, which is a pretty decent score. I can go to college. And so Maine immediately saw more students choosing to go that pathway rather than jumping out right after high school and looking for a skill or a job to work in. I think that's what this program does. It also does the very important thing, which I think was really appreciated. We keep more students in the state of New Hampshire by getting students engaged in the community college system early on in the 10th grade, 11th grade, and 12th grade. They could come out of there now taking up to 5 courses a year and come out with a real good background and go into a 2-year degree with a year already knocked off, or go into the four-year system, which we, of course, is now after what we did last year, which are mutually agreed upon for transfer from the community college to the high school, to the four-year system. So this has been really beneficial. The first year we did this, by spending that 1.5 million, we estimated that we were able to save parents from having the expense of having to pay for these colleges upon college courses after graduation. At that time, the savings to parents was $6 million. When we did the estimate of what this was saving by having the courses at $150 paid for by the state while they're in high school. So I'll stop right there. I feel it's an excellent program. We mimicked it or took a lot of the initial stuff from Wyoming, where they have 7 community colleges out there. We have 7 community colleges here, and they were in concurrent dual enrollment. And these concurrent dual enrollment programs are recognized. We ensure that they're taught in the high schools at the national standards that we have established as a country, and in conformance with what the community college requires, and New England Association of Schools and Colleges requires that you have a master's and that you have the professional background in the area that you're teaching. So that is a real good point also. So thank you very much. The second was made by Representative Myler.
Yes, I just I don't want to take much of our time on this, but just to reiterate what Chairman Ladd has said, that this has been a proven program. I'm pleased that this expands the opportunity for students to experience programs beyond just the STEM issues. And it also provides an opportunity for students to have some experience from a college course standpoint. Plus, as Chairman Ladd said, it also provides a financial incentive for students to take these courses. I know I've often looked at the 2 young men that were our neighbors, and they were home like at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And I'm saying, well, isn't there something else for them to do? And so this provides an opportunity for them to fill their schedule and take their academic time to a different level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there further discussion on this bill? Not seeing it? Yes. Oh. Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luna,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
19 yeas, 1 nay.
Thank you very much. This one has a big financial note. And so this will not go on the consent calendar. If it didn't have the financial note, you can put bills on or 17-1 or 16-2 or whatever. Once you get down to about 3 members in an office, we start thinking about putting it on the regular calendar. So this will be on the regular calendar.
I have number 3 ready.
Pardon me?
I have number 3 ready.
Okay. I gotta get my sheet here. I got buried. With all my pile of papers up here, I buried my agenda. 31. Yeah, let's take that out. Okay, we are right here. We could do this one right here, 365. That's the next one up. That's right.
Yep.
Okay, the next bill we're going to do is HB 365, relative to statewide facility condition assessment for school buildings. I'll hand the gavel over.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is House Bill 365, and I call upon Chairman Ladd for a motion.
Yes, thank you very much. I would make the recommendation of OTP for HB 365.
Second?
Representative Myler makes the second.
Discussion by the chair?
Yes. Some people might ask why I'm making the motions. All these bills are my bills, and I've got the blurbs already written, and so we're ready to fly on them. Save a lot of effort on somebody's part. HB 365 is dealing with the statewide facility condition assessment, and it's tying into the school building aid program which we have. And in that language where the statute mentions school building aid, one of the requirements which we had put in place was we want to have a 10-year capital plan for our school building facilities, what we have out there. So the state will have a better idea of planning and appropriating dollars for a state school building aid. And that's what this program does. It doesn't mandate that you have to have your plan in place, but it encourages school districts to submit a plan of where they're going in the next 10 years so we can better build the state plan so that we will have an understanding of where we're going in terms of school building aid. Everybody's familiar with that we appropriate up to $50 million each year for school building aid, of which currently half of that, we're right at that point now where half of that still is going towards the paying off our previous debt. And so during the upcoming biennium, we'll be approving $100 million, which $50 million is going to go to paying debt and $50 million for new facilities, which are tentatively allocated for Rochester, Colebrook, and Monadnock elementary schools. We have a laundry list of buildings that are coming to us that are asking for consideration in this process. Applications have been received by the Department of Education, which total over $500 million, of which our share is a little over $200 million when you take the 30 to 60%. Obviously, with that, districts are seeing they have needs, even though we're going through a time where the demographic in the state has declined over the last 10 or so years from 210,000 students to 160-something thousand students. That doesn't mean that all districts are like that. It doesn't mean all districts have current buildings, which are modern buildings that are going to facilitate the needs and demands of today's educational programming. We know many do not. We know that many are over 50 years old, over 60 years old now. And this is not uncommon. We know that there's places where remedial reading is being taught in the locker room of the showers. I saw that myself in Allenstown several years back. We did when we did a little trip over there, Representative Myler, if you recall. And that was a sad thing to see kids getting training in a shower room for reading. And at lunchtime, you could smell everything that was being cooked in that kitchen throughout that entire building. And the ventilation system in that building was not good. So we have these needs, and yes, we do have ESSER money and all that, which can help limited area on HVAC, but that's the extent of where that can be used. We need to really step forward, and this is the first step on school building aid program bills that you're going to see coming forward this year. This is just the front edge. We got to be looking at the total application process. We got to look at the financial process, which have already been heard by finance. And so this is just a policy consideration that we need to get going on. We need to have a better understanding what's out there, and we need to work with these districts in trying to get this 10-year plan meaning something. Thank you very much. Representative Myler. Yes, you're good. Yes, Representative Cascadden.
Thank you. You're right. We have so many schools that are really need a lot of renovation. We have K to 5 in an old high school building that's 100 years old with staircases that you wouldn't even think of using yourself. But nonetheless, there is a great need to know that and anticipate, and the state should know where different districts are, because Building 8 is extremely difficult to acquire. I wonder if this is going to be a requirement of school districts to add that to their maintenance staff or whoever's responsible for buildings. And I just wonder if the commissioner or the department would develop a template for that assessment that would make things consistent across the state and a little bit easier for staff to follow. I don't know if you have that answer or not, but that would ease the need for this assessment. Just question.
Yes, and it's a good question. It's good information. Of course, in this bill, we're encouraging districts to do this, but the template is going to be absolutely necessary. We have asked the department in prior years, Amy Clark, to survey schools to find out what's out there. That survey has gone out, but it's, it's general and it's being completed by personnel within the schools. Some schools have a lot more information on it, seeing that they've worked with engineers and architects to develop their site plans, and they have that. Others do not. And so we're getting kind of mixed feedback on that. However, what this bill will do, and I agree, we do need to have some kind of a template to assist the school district saying, hey, we're looking at this. We had a bill 2 years ago, and where we were trying to appropriate $3.3 million for teams to go out and do that assessment. The teams would include an engineer, architect, and a policy person from the department. That was rejected by finance, and even though we had the money there, it was in sort of what I call it in the bank. We had $1.3 million carryover from the Public School Infrastructure Fund, and we had $2 million, which was appropriated for the next year, this biennium we're in. So we had the 3.3. We have changed course, and we've used that 3.3 for buildings, but for security issues and access issues in our schools, which is also needed. So the next step would be to try to get these plans so there's more meat to it by providing that support that we were initially after. I think it's a great idea to send these teams out. That's happening in Montana right now, where they send teams out in states all across this country. They're going out and doing conditional assessments and looking at technology. They're looking at the shape of the buildings in terms of delivery of curriculum and instruction. They're looking at performance of energy in the buildings, use of energy, and they're looking at HVAC systems. So they're looking at all that, and they have some real accurate data, which we have sort of, but not really good data, and you're correct. And Representative Cascadden, I know you know that as the superintendent. And so this is really a step trying to beef up the 20-year plan, and I would expect down the road we will shortly see where we're trying to go after those teams going back out. This was recommended years and years ago also when Dr. Mark Joyce was around. And again, rejected because of the cost. So that's a long answer to your very good question.
That's definitely the ideal representative.
Yes. Yeah. Further questions on this bill or discussion? Not seeing any discussion. Madam Chair, would you please call the roll? Motion. Yeah, motions, please, excuse me.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Quartiello, yes. Representative Myler. Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Yep. Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there any objection to consent? No. Thank you. We'll put it on consent. Let's see, what are the board bills? We have some left here. Let's see, what's the board members for the, vice-
Yeah.
What about the other one dealing with, the, the special ed? Do you have, is there an amendment for that? The correctional facilities?
Oh. Um,
I think we
yeah,
have some
that's-
amendments.
Yeah, copies are being made. I have an amendment to that.
Right, okay, so, okay, we're gonna go with 103 first. We're jumping around a little bit, but we're gonna try and get one bill done here, and then we'll break a little early, so people, if they have to get the cafeteria, can beat the crowd. I shouldn't say that publicly, and so that the others are gonna hear it. They're listening, they're on their way. So HB 103. Relative to school board member qualifications. Representative Cordelia, I like to see a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move ought to pass, and I would like to offer an amendment as well.
Is there a second for ought to pass? Okay, you have a motion? You speak?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Or an amendment to make?
Yes,
make the
I'll
motion for
pass
the-
amendments around. This amendment is based on discussion we had at the public hearing. There were questions about the individual situation where it was within the same SAU, but a different school district where the family member was involved. So this changes that language so that they can serve on the school board of the district in an SAU if it's an other district from which the family member is a employee. So it avoids that conflict about a family member in the same district as the school board member.
Representative Cordelia, are there more? The people down here don't have any.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, there's two on this one, so, okay.
There's one.
I took one
An
for
employee
the
of the district.
records, is that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You can see lines 5 through 8 are struck, and added in was 9 through 14.
Right, yeah, I haven't seen it either. Yeah.
I don't think we need a lot.
Yeah. This is the first time for everybody with this amendment, so what we will do is we'll caucus for a few moments here. Take as much time as you need. Okay, sure.
Do we want to caucus also? My apologies. I
Make sure everybody's mic is off. coming back in here. We have before us an amendment which we had put out for discussion. It's Amendment 0013H for HB 103. It was presented by Representative Cordelli. He has not made a motion on that. Representative Cordelli, where are you on that?
Yes, I would like to move Amendment 2023-0013H to House Bill 103.
Is there a second? Representative Belcher? Write that down. Discussion, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. As briefly discussed earlier, there was discussion during the public hearing, and I think that this amendment is being offered in relation to that testimony, in that it clarifies that an employee of a district within an SAU may serve on a school board of a district other than the district in which they or an immediate family member are employed. And goes on to say that there is the mandate that they recuse themselves of any matter involving hiring, terms of employment, or termination of the superintendent, as all discussed in the public hearing.
I have a few questions about this, but my first question is the part that's actually removed. No person holding the office of member of the school board shall at the same time hold the office of district moderator, treasurer, or auditor. With this amendment and with this bill, does that then mean that people who are moderator, treasurer, auditor can be on the school board?
That provision is removed.
As a follow-up? So I'm correct, I could be the moderator, or even the auditor and serve on the school board.
If you look further down in the new section, it can't be within the same school district. It has to be in a different district.
Doesn't that just apply, though, to the salaried positions, the teacher, professional, custodian, administrator, secretary, bus driver? So the auditor could still be on the school board.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And this is sort of a question too. And I'm looking down at line 17 through 19 where the I think you're referring to people who are in the immediate family of the school board member or a prospective school board member, and you've got child. So if say a school board member has a child who's a student maybe in 10th, 11th, 12th grade and is being paid by the district to tutor other students, then the school board member, are you saying that the school board member would, I guess, immediately, is this like an ejection seat? Like the school board member is no longer a school board member if their kid tutors and other kids and paid by the district, or any of those other conditions exist?
Within the same district.
And that's what I'm saying. So.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Though I think this amendment does improve upon the foundational bill, it does seem that given the provision that it would go into effect 60 days after passage, it may rather unfortunately put some towns who may be in this position in the situation of having to do impromptu elections to fill seats on the school board.
Very good point. And something that should be considered. Further discussion. Representative Balboni.
Yes, I actually served on a school board that had 4 different districts and an SAU. And one of the things that we know, if you serve on a district school board, you're also automatically serve on the SAU school board. And a lot of so in other words, it says that you would recluse yourself from conditions of employment, termination of the superintendent. There are other personnel involved in an SAU board that also would dictate things down to certain employers within the district, and that would include the assistant superintendent, special ed director, so there's a lot of other policies. So in effect, if you're serving on the SAU board, you really are would have to recluse yourself from almost everything, I would think, and that would put the district at a disadvantage. 2 of our district boards only have 3 members, the other 2 have 5, and if you're one of those districts that only have 3, automatically your representation on your school district for your SAU is diminished. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on this, Representative Cascadden?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I would want a little bit more clarification on this as to what it does, for the simple reason that most school districts, if not all, will have a policy manual. And this particular policy, BCB, is board member conflict of interest and nepotism. And I think these issues are addressed in those local policies. So I'm not sure what this bill would do in addition to what's already on the local policies. Thank you.
I would just say that we can't be sure what all local district policies are in terms of nepotism or anything else. You're reading from one particular local policy. We can't know what every district has for a policy.
Thank you. Are we at the point now where we're ready to take action one way or the other on the amendment? So at this point in time, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll on the amendment? The amendment is 2023-0013H, and the motion that was for that amendment was to pass, amend that to the original bill, which was HB 103.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
No.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
No.
Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
No.
Representative Peternell,
No.
Representative Coratiello, yes. Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Luna,
No.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Cascadden,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
Chairman Ladd,
No.
4 yeas, 16 nays.
Okay, so that amendment fails. We're now back at the main motion, which is an ought to pass for HB 103. Further discussion on that? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
No.
Representative Lekis,
No.
Representative Ford,
No.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
No.
Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
No.
Representative Peternell,
No.
Representative Coratiello, no. Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Luna,
No.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Cascadden,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
Chairman Ladd.
No.
0 yeas, 20 nays.
Is there a motion? No, Representative Belch, do you make a motion?
I'll make a motion for ITL.
Is that second, Representative Myler?
Yes.
We have a motion for ITL, second by Representative Myler. Further discussion for anybody? Prime motion or maker and a second? No, not seeing. Madam Clerk, we have a motion on the table to ITL 103. We're ready when you are ready.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonnell,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Coratiello, yes. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you very much. Now, we're going to take a break here. We're a little bit into the lunch hour, but it is 12 o'clock. We'll come back at 1 o'clock and continue execing.
Okay, I need a little.
Pardon me? Yeah, is there any problem with putting that previous bill on consent?
No, not at all.
So it's on consent? Got that, Arlene? Yep.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I did all this right.
You did a great job. That's the first time we've gone through this and you, wonderful.
She's a
Thank,
librarian, that's why.
that, I know it. I live with a librarian. Okay, I'm going to move forward with our executive session for this afternoon. And the first bill on the docket is going to be HB 309, which is relative to civil rights education in public elementary and secondary schools. I call upon Representative Ford to make a motion, please.
ITL, Mr. Chair.
Representative Ford makes the motion of ITL on 309. I will second that motion. Is there further discussion from the maker of the motion? You don't have to talk on it if you don't want to. Yeah, you good? Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. I second that motion, and we've had this bill come before us in previous years. And I believe there's certain topics which are over and over and over and over. And I think that it's basically curriculum is a local issue on this one, along with instruction. And my concerns are on a bill like this, how it's taught is pretty much the key to it. The instruction component and statutory language, any change there is not going to change how instruction occurs in the classroom. So further discussion on the bill. Not seeing any further discussion on 309. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll on 309? Relative to civil rights education in public elementary and secondary schools.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes. Excuse me. ITL is, my vote is no.
The vote is ITL. Vote. His
No.
vote was the opposite.
Representative Lekis,
No.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
No.
Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
No.
Representative Peternell,
No.
Representative Cortiello, no. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
12 yeas, 8 nays.
Thank you very much. The next bill which we will address marching down here is HB 103. No, we did that, excuse me, we did that one. 377, we did not do, relative to screening and intervention in public schools for dyslexia and related disorders.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I still have, they say they have the, sending the amendment over. Can we go to the next bill?
Oh, so you don't have that yet? Okay. The next bill, we may be looking for amendments on this one too. HB 147, relative to membership of the Advisory Committee on Education of Students with Disabilities.
I would,
Yeah, Representative Cordelli.
thank you. I would move, ought to pass, and I have an amendment.
Okay, we have a motion made, ought to pass, and there is an amendment. Is there a second on the ought to pass? We're not, we need to have a second.
I'll second that.
discussion. Who is that?
I'll second.
Representative Pettenell? Okay, and now Representative Cordelli does say that he has an amendment to this.
Mr. Chair, I also have an amendment.
Oh, we have two amendments.
Yes.
Okay, good. Can we get them both passed around, please?
And Mr. Chairman, I have an accompanying document to go with my amendment that I will
Okay.
pass around as well.
Okay, are both these documents together here? Yes. Okay. One of each. Okay, one of those and then one of these.
And this is Tanner's.
Okay. And one of these just keep going that way. And this is a separate amendment from Representative Tanner. So there should be 3 pieces of paper coming around that way, total. This one is. Something else now. Pardon me? That's part of the backup to Cordeli's amendment.
Once, these are extras. These are extras. Or at least extras from this side.
Send them back.
Look, send them back. They're so musical. Send them back. Nuisance. Oh, that was a false read.
Do you need more of these?
Apparently they did.
Yep.
You should have 2 amendments, one of which says is Representative Cordeli's, which is a 0205H on it.
I'll need supporting documents. Need 2 more supporting documents.
Okay, this is a supporting document to Representative Cordeli, handed that out. Do we have more of these anywhere on either side? Yeah, Representative Balboni has some of them over there.
Yeah, discussion on the amendments first, or how do you got 2 amendments?
Your amendments on the floor.
Yeah.
So, I think we can have a discussion of both. We should, yeah, just expedite time. Is everybody good to go now with the 3 piece of paper? Okay, I'm gonna ask, even though we have one amendment that we, are debating right now, I'd also like to have some discussion involving the other one as well. If we're on the same topic, then we'll vote on the amendment. There's been times in the past, this is just for information, that we've merged stuff together too and made, one. But I haven't read either of these. I don't know if that's even possible, but
Not with this one.
not with this one. Okay. Okay. So would you please explain yours first, and then we'll have Representative Tanner explain hers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I served 2 terms on the advisory committee for the education of students with disabilities. Currently, the committee has something like 36 members. It is completely unwieldy. Some I have talked to on the committee say it's dysfunctional. It'll take a half an hour, 40 minutes to approve the minutes from the last meeting. It's hard to get things accomplished. So my amendment does add the healthcare provider as in the original member, but revises the membership down to what is required under federal law, under IDEA, and that's the supporting document that I handed out with it. It reduces the membership to something more like 28 members. So a little bit better. But the other thing that I tried to do in here, I specified 14 individuals with disabilities or parents of children with disabilities. One of the requirements in federal law is that parents have to be the majority on the committee. That doesn't always happen now. Very often that is not the case. So that is the other primary intent of my legislation. I don't think that it drastically changes the focus at all of the committee. In many cases, it'll just revise 2 members down to 1 member in some instances. But I think it's entirely necessary for the committee to be a functioning body to actually accomplish things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Tanner, why don't you just, we're on the same topic here, so could you explain what you're up to with yours?
Sure. So the underlying bill was brought forward by Representative Katab. And she was concerned about the committee, that she would like to see a healthcare provider on the committee, a pediatrician. And in order to get the pediatrician on the committee, because as Representative Cordelli has stated, it's a rather large committee, and half of it has to be parents. She took one corrections officer off as the person that would be deleted so that the healthcare provider could be put in. My amendment simply specifies the corrections officer that was taken off in the underlying bill was at the state corrections and had this, I'm sorry, the state corrections person had been left on, and what was taken off was the county corrections person. And the feeling was for the amendment to put the county person back in and take the state out was that most children, most youth who are going to end up going through the correction systems would start out with some sort of issue with the county, and that the county person would be dealing with the 16, 17, 18-year-olds up to, 26, I think, something like that, and at a lesser penalty stage, catch them early. And that so that's one part of the bill, of the amendment, is just swapping those 2 corrections officers. That's in part Q. And then in part T, where the healthcare provider was put back in, just wanted to, we talked about it in committee actually, about how nurse practitioners and other physicians might, rather than just say a pediatrician. So this one has that a physician or a nurse practitioner who's licensed to practice in New Hampshire, but then that specializes in work dealing with children with neurodevelopmental disorders, cognitive and behavioral assessments, and pediatric learning disorders. And this person is appointed by the governor. So it just delineated, so it wasn't just the local family physician that maybe dealt with maybe one child with disabilities. This person would have extensive knowledge in that field. So that's the amendment that I'm offering to the underlying bill.
Thank you. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Tanner. I would just point out, if you'll notice on my supplementary handout, under 300-168 membership, 11, A11, cites as a requirement representatives from the state juvenile and adult corrections agencies.
And I believe there were 3 corrections people on the original committee, wasn't that correct?
That question addressed to Representative Cordelli? Yeah, okay. Because if you're asking me, I don't have a hot clue. The bill before had this, the state correctional facilities and county. But I'm not aware what the federal says.
It just says, representatives from the state juvenile and adult corrections agencies.
Yes.
So the other question, I think too, and I guess I would address this to Representative Cordelli, is that Representative Tanner's amendment is very specific as relates to the medical representative on this committee, and whether or not he would have problems, because basically you just mentioned a pediatrician, and Representative Tanner says that the practitioner should be one who basically understands these kinds of issues, not just a GP that deals with pediatric issues that may not have an understanding or an in-depth knowledge of the disorders that are here. Would you have a problem with an amendment to your Q, which just merely says a pediatrician?
No.
You wouldn't have a problem with that, with the change?
Taking the Tanner Q and putting that on my whatever.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Representative Damon.
So if I could request, if that part of the two amendments is merged, I think it should say pediatrician, nurse practitioner, or physician's assistant. Physician's assistants and nurse practitioners are different training paths to parallel qualifications.
Representative Petno?
Thank you. Representative Tanner, do we know if a physician or nurse practitioner with these qualifications is actually practicing in our state? And if so, how large is the pool of those types of practitioners?
That's a good question, and basically they didn't have to have, it was to point out that the medical person had to be not only licensed to practice, but had to be aware of these other spots. I didn't necessarily mean that they had to have every one of those. They could be in each one. And I also thought that the physician's assistant would be under a physician, but.
Okay, there were a couple of you first, and then I'll get you Representative Representative Hall, you had your hand up earlier.
Thank you. I was just going to add just to say and/or, and then you'd be all set on that, on the Tanner amendment for the behavioral assessment and the cognitive pediatric learning disorders. If you do an and/or, they would just have to be one of those.
Yes.
I realize just from, and I'm not in depth on this at all, that the committee has way too many members, that it's, that has been stated before. I think in the Cordelli amendment, I'm a little bit, the person who's a representative from the Disabilities Rights Center being crossed off, I find that a little bit harsh, and also the Parents Information Center, because I think those are two areas where people get a lot of information and they know what's going on in the legislature, that sort of thing. So I just, it's kind of a mishmash how you're going to deal with this.
Yes, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. I would just, if we were to add them back in, then we would have to add parents back in, and then we're pretty much back up to where we are in committee size currently.
Right, it's who you choose to move. It's a chess game.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. Representative Cordell, I'm looking at line 9, which talks about, in your amendment, it talks about 14 individuals. And then I'm looking at line 31, which seems to me to be the same person or persons, because 31 says they may have received special ed services, and it doesn't mean they have to have received. So it seems to me that 14 in line 9A and line 31H could be combined because they're both individuals, they're both special ed, and they're both may, and they're both appointed by the governor. That may sell be one. I don't know the difference between the two, if there is one, Glenn.
I would be open to some combination thereof
Right.
also.
Just give you one spot back. They're both the same group.
Yes, Representative Hall?
Yes, thank you. I have a question of Representative Cordelli. So when taking off the Disabilities Rights Center and the Parent Information Center, you served on this committee. Did you feel like they weren't really influential in this committee? They weren't necessary, or?
It depended on who the representatives of those bodies were.
Sometimes they were valuable and sometimes they weren't.
You could put it that way.
Representative Lekis?
Regardless of who we put on this, cannot other people be called in to help? So those people who wanted to come in could still come in and give information. They just couldn't vote or be part of the quorum or whatever. Is that correct or not?
Yes, we had people coming and testifying, giving their opinions, other than members, yes.
I once served on this group once before, years ago, and I found it quite a formative task, one of which they always met in the afternoon the day we had session at 4 o'clock, and you could never make it down to Manchester to participate with the group. That was one of the problems. I think they've tried to rectify that. But I can remember meeting, and it was just a room chock full of people. And it was not like this committee, which is smaller, and you get to know and what people represent. I just couldn't discern what groups they were representing. But the question I have for the committee right now is that there's two differences I see within the bill. One has kept the county correctional facility, and the other has gone with the state correctional facility. My experience has been that students that come to or those that are put in for corrections at the county level, and we do have a prosecutor here in our midst today, in the back chair there. But in the county that I was in, we had folks that came from all corners of Grafton County. And the superintendent of corrections would have to check to make sure that these people had graduated from high school. Two, was there an IEP? Then you had to track down the community in which they were from, seeing oftentimes they are arrested in a different community. So that was quite a challenge in itself. Then you have to find people to instruct in accordance with the IEP. And so I think there's a real task in far as county corrections, as far as getting this done. And I think that's an asset which I think that would be needed on this. That's one area I'd make a change to one of the amendments. And the county corrections, I'd like to also know how many folks in county now are needing IEP support. We might be able to get that from Rebecca Fredette, or somebody over DOE. I know that our county corrections load has gone from the new jail, which we have up there, which is a beautiful facility that Ray Burton was able to acquire the money for. It's built for 150, and we have about 47 to 43 in it. And in other words, well, that's good, and but a lot of the others now are on a probationary type status where they're not getting that service in their homes, and they've already dropped out of school. So I'd like to be able to capture these students somehow, and I think that has to be representation on this group. Yes, Representative Cordelli.
Mr. Chair, since this is not an early bill, can we recess this to a future date so that there could be some work on amendment?
Yes, we can always recess this. We have not taken any action as of this point. So, Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I ask a question on the homeschooled person? Just looking at the definition, appreciated, we usually are lumped in together with private schools and this is a special exception, but it's a very narrow category. I mean, it says, it doesn't say family that's homeschooling that has a disability. So could it be anyone that represents this group or someone from a home education group?
Which line are you looking at?
At line 8 on the second page. Letter M for you.
I don't recall my time in the council who was representing a homeschool community. But reading this, I think it could be anyone in the family.
Okay, follow up. I'm not even reading family with what is here.
Right, representing, yes.
Okay.
Let me reiterate what I said. There's so many people in that room, I didn't know what they were representing. Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would concur with the idea of recessing this for more work. But I do have a question for Representative Cordelli. I'm concerned about items 27 through 30 on your amendment in the first page, because we have had people here, not so much this year, but in the past, from the Disability Rights Center, and specifically from the Parent Information Center, since these are two groups who on a daily basis are dealing with disability issues from families, et cetera. And I'm just perplexed on why they would be, you eliminated them, knowing full well you're trying to cut some of the numbers down, but they seem to me would be to have the expertise on some of these issues. And so I just was interested in why they were eliminated from your proposal.
Thank you. The simple reason was that I don't think that they were required under IDEA.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Chairman Lab. I just wonder, looking at the language in the federal law where number 11, representatives from the state juvenile and adult corrections agencies. To me, that satisfies the language, but I guess, is there someone who puts this committee together or who leads the group so that they would use their knowledge base as to recommending what agency should be represented to make sure that the students that are working on high school or whatnot? I'm just curious as to who leads that, and would that language serve what we're talking about?
I think there were differences of opinion on how people were appointed to the committee.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, the statute says appointed by the governor. So in several instances of parents that I knew who were interested, I went to the governor's office and asked for their appointment, gave him bios for the people and had them appointed. There are some on the council who believe that they basically should have veto power and review anyone who wants to be on the committee, which I find troubling personally. So, I think that, for me, that was an issue as well.
Follow up?
Yes.
So is there a chair of this advisory committee that would serve, say, 2 years so that they've got some sort of a structure in replacing membership and making sure they get the right memberships?
At the end of last year, beginning of this year, they did appoint a new chair for the committee, and they do have a spreadsheet of membership and vacant positions.
Yes.
And how often do they meet?
Monthly.
Can somebody tell me that, for example, on the Cordelli Amendment, line 31, and it says it elsewhere too, where you have two individuals, and now we're going to make one. Is there any process for identifying which of the two is going to have to go? Flip a coin?
I thought I'd decide, but no, actually, I'd have to look back and see, sorry, thank you, if these positions, are actually filled at this point. I think I do have a fairly recent, spreadsheet, or could get, an updated one to see.
Yeah. Because we have the same situation on line 21.
Yeah.
So, that would be and if this goes in effect 60 days after passage, it means that that process is going to have to be somehow determined so they know how to handle that. Obviously, we need some work on this. So, yes, Representative Hall?
Thank you. Again, Representative Cordelli. Line 21, you've reduced it from 2 to 1, and it says who's a special ed teacher. It doesn't say public school teacher, it just says special ed teacher, right? Yet, and then if you flip over and go from lines 5 to 10, you've got a private school, you've got a charter school, you've got a homeschooled taking 3 seats versus the 1 seat on the front page. Is that intentional, or?
Just the fact that, the ones on the second page, for charter school, private school, and homeschool are all required under federal law.
Further, just Representative Myler?
Thank you. I mean, it may be obvious to others, but what does this group do? I don't mean that as a joke.
No.
I'm serious. I don't know what this group does.
They are, well, we can read the statute. In statute are their duties. But I know that the state plan that Rebecca Fredette has talked about often, where there are a number of criteria, this group has input into the state plan. And other provisions that I can't remember, advising the department on issues related to children with special needs and their education, I think is primary.
So it's a follow. So it's basically an advisory group to the department, would you say?
I would say that.
Okay, thank you.
I can recall when we had this, we were dealing with how we provide services from the regular school to the charter school. And there was a task force put together, and I can remember Bonnie was on that. And there was a report that was issued with a laundry list of recommendations, which impacted us as far as legislation was concerned, but it also was of importance to the department. So they are a group that can, if we need to do that type of study and research on special education issues, that is a group we oftentimes have used in the past. And I'm talking now 8 years ago that I'm familiar with it. Representative Lekes.
Just in response to what was asked earlier, on the second page, line 1, it says one administrator of a public special education program. So there's the public school being represented on the second page as well.
Administrator. Okay.
So, Representative Hall, I'm about ready to move forward here.
Yes, administrator, I wouldn't say it's the same for teacher. And I just want to respond to his comment, well, they're all in law. Well, that's, sorry. They're all in law. Well, that's the point of an amendment, right? So if they're all in law, it could have been amended. You reduce 2 teachers to 1. So that was just my point. But I do think, in response to Representative Lekes, that administrator and teacher are 2 separate. But the first, the teacher doesn't say public. But thank you.
No, go ahead.
So my amendment simply changes 2 things in this big committee, whereas Representative Cordelli's amendment basically changes the whole committee. And I think that the committee is is important enough that we should have a time when we get input from maybe, because we didn't have testimony on changing the whole committee, face of the whole committee. And I think these changes are pretty, in his amendment, are pretty wide-ranging, and I would certainly like to hear from some of the people that are on that committee, whether they think that, that this is the way to go.
Okay, let's try to think of a procedure which we may follow to, first of all, well, we have two amendments and we've been discussing both, and both seem to have legitimate issues. One is the size of the committee, and then we're all talking who's going to be on it. At this point in time, I don't want to end this particular session right here with a amendment already proposed. I'd like to have us withdraw this amendment and have two amendments which we can take to either, if we retain this bill, we can study the bill and come up with solid recommendations by November so we could then act on it then. Is this so critical that we have to have something done now? Or would our having some time to put a subcommittee together to look at this issue through retaining it and then move forward in November with a recommendation from the subcommittee? Representative Myler?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, what's on the floor right now is OTP. There's been no.
Oh, that's right, we never put
There's no
forward a
motion
motion
yet
on this.
on either of these.
Yeah, so there's been no motion,
So
thank
you're
goodness.
free to do that.
So we can do that. So, yes, Representative Castellan.
Looking at the statutes, and I just wonder if somebody needs to take the lead of this committee, and I know that individual districts are required by statute to have an individual plan of their special ed program, which is sort of a spin-off of the state plan. So I know that there has to be a lot of input on that state plan, but it would seem to me if that's the primary role, the statute says it's to advise the Commissioner of Education of issues relating to special ed. Why isn't the commissioner organizing this group so that it has fair representation of all the entities that are required?
It's a good question, and that's a subcommittee question that needs to be addressed. And what are the duties, specific responsibilities for this and who they report to and et cetera. So we have a motion on the table, though, to OTP this bill. So if we were to withdraw that motion and then put something forward to retain the bill, then we can get resolution to both of these amendments and to the questions which we've had. Who made the motion here?
I did.
And who seconded it? Pardon me? So would you be willing to just pull back your motion?
I would withdraw the ought to pass motion, yes.
Representative Parnell?
I would second that.
Okay, so you're both withdrawing, so we have nothing on the table at this point in time. So how about a motion to retain? So moved by Representative Cordelli, second by Representative Tanner. Is there any opposition to that from the committee here? I don't think we have to take a hand vote. Well, we could take a vote, so it'd be on the record, so maybe we ought to just do it. Pardon me? Hand vote, yes, we can do a hand vote on this. So all those in favor of the motion to retain, show with your hand, please. Anybody opposed? Good, we're good. So that's what we'll do with this one. And we'll put a subcommittee together, 20 zip, to look at this whole situation. I will, get some members on that immediately, and I don't think this deserves the committee the whole. I think we can. Maybe I think we ought to put both Representative Cordelli and Representative Tanner on that thing where it belongs, and and then Representative Luno, you can be the third member, and we've got that thing done. Oh yeah.
Representative Tanner has been legislative, so.
Yeah, so I'll get the subcommittee members when she's back here. So I want to get people on who want to be on it. All righty. So that's that one. All right.
We haven't done 577.
We haven't done,
37 and 377.
well, do we have the amendments that's represent?
They're done, Linda's just.
She's just going to get them. What?
She'll be back.
She'll be, let's just take a break and let her get back with those amendments and then we'll continue.
This is, I don't know if I gave you this. This is my amendment to
I didn't want it.
437, the reading bill that includes 377, as well as
We laughed because it was such a great question.
the new reading grant to have it in the second and third grade, just instead of just the third grade, and have the department find and purchase for state use a universal literacy and dyslexia screener.
Do you have copies of that or?
No, I haven't submitted it to oh,
Okay. Use my gym voice here. The original bill that we had, the changes that are in the amendment, first of all, is to include charter public schools in this. So that's one of the first ones. And then down on, let's see, down on line 21, it's changed. It was twice yearly through second grade, and it's changed to third grade. And then on the second page, what was changed was an addition at line 14 of a subparagraph, and this is probably the biggest change to the whole bill, is that an additional $1,000 for each kindergarten through third grade pupil in the ADMR who fails to meet relevant benchmarks for reading screenings using evidence-based screening tools such as DIBELS or equivalent screening methods for interventions at the school's discretion. So what this does is currently at third grade, when the state assessment is done, any student that's not proficient at that point, the school can then apply for a grant per student, which seems kind of, by third grade, I was saying at lunch to somebody, if you haven't taught somebody to, I was a lifeguard, if you haven't taught somebody to swim by 16, it's very difficult to get them to swim afterwards. And the same thing goes for reading. If they've spent the first 3 years really struggling, or, they get to third grade and they still can't read, a lot, as we heard in the testimony, a lot of negative things happen to them. They think they're stupid. They often are falling back in other things because reading is so essential to everything. So my thought with that, and actually it was kind of copycat off Representative Cordelli's idea for his upcoming bill, that why not give money when the reading problem is discovered, so that the money can be used then for intervention, right, rather than wait till third grade and kind of conglomerate everybody together and just give money at that point. So that's probably the biggest change, other than it applies to chartered schools.
Are there any questions to ask?
There's something.
Thank you, Chairman Michael. Further down, on line 17, Lynn.
I'm sorry, yes, sorry. Could you repeat that, please?
And the answer was what? Linda, on line 17, is that $1,000 annual?
No,
Or is it just one?
it's part of the adequacy
So it'd be annual
formula.
for 3
Right
years?
now, it's just a one-time, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman Lyon.
Yeah. Further, Representative Myler.
Thank you. This is this query deals with the actual funding, because one of the problems that we've had with the reading program when this goes to finance is that how do we know the $1,000 is in fact going for a reading program and not going into some dark hole in the school district budget? So it's really a point of interest of mine. I don't think you've addressed this here as we have it in the 360 or the 600, whatever it was. But it would seem to me, as we look at this bill, there needs to be some sense of the receiving school having some responsibility of saying, here's the interventions that we're using for this $1,000 to ensure that students are in fact, that the district is committed to doing this, because you are increasing the amount of money here. So it's more of a statement than really a question that I'm concerned about, because if this goes to finance, I can tell you right now, Representative Weiler is going to be all over this, because he's been all over it before, and I think we need to address the issue before it gets to finance, so that he can say, oh, you finally looked at this, and there is some sense of an intervention strategy to deal with children who do have this reading problem. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, it was not a question, it was, yeah, a comment. A comment.
Yes, Representative Ford?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm not experienced in this area at all, so this is a naive question. But I noticed that these deadlines occur at times like 30 days, 60 days, and so forth. And I can't help but wonder what happens between those deadlines. What happens to the student? Is there any intervening catch net or something that says, okay, we've identified a problem, but we haven't yet decided what we're going to do? Who holds the student's intellectual hand while all this is going on?
Is that for me, I guess?
Yes, thank you.
So down in line 27 on page 1, and this was part of the original bill, the school shall promptly inform the student's parents or legal guardian of the screening results. If special ed referral is made for further evaluation, the state's required timeline shall be followed. But basically, the point of this bill was that when they're tested, the parents are notified and interventions start rather than
Okay.
let it delay.
My reading didn't get me to that second part,
Okay.
that's why. And that's probably just because I don't understand the system, so.
Further discussion, Representative Cascadden?
Can I have more than one?
Go for it. It is.
Just to help Representative Ford, reading instruction classroom and a regular classroom instruction is usually a multi-tiered system of supports. So the first tier is everyone gets the instruction and the teacher will screen or assess or realize that there's a group of children that didn't get it the first time. So then there's extra intervention provided to that secondary tier. And then when there are kids that are not making it after so many weeks of instruction, because you can't determine a disability, a disorder, or anything unless your kids have had some sense of formalized instruction for a period of maybe 4 to 6 weeks, so that you know whether they can learn it or not. And knowing that all children learn at different rates, then you've got the third tier. 90% of the time, that's a student that ends up being identified. So within a regular classroom, which is a self-contained classroom, it's a multi-tiered system of support. So even if you screen all the students, a student is not going without instruction in the meantime. So that's an explanation of that. The other thing that I question is the bill, the current law says kindergarten, first grade, and at appropriate times. It seems to me that if you were testing every single student K to 3, you're spending money on assessment tools that are not necessary, because it's not going to be 100% of your kids that need that screening because they've already been monitored from, say, kindergarten on through the grades, and a teacher will know who needs to be checked again, who needs to be checked again, who needs more instruction. So I just question that. The other thing with the time limits, if you have students that come into first grade that have had no preschool or kindergarten experience, chances are, that the teacher's going to be on that like a dog on a bone, just because they haven't had any instruction yet, and they need to be exposed to it before so that you know whether they are learning or not. In terms of the time frame, the 60 days, so a school calendar, if this relates to school days, you have just about 60 days at the end of November, so November 30th. So I had 58 days in this year's school calendar to November 30th. So the law says no later than November 30th. So the law already meets that satisfaction unless it means calendar days. Now you're accelerating the need for that, but your kids haven't had a good solid, the beginning of school, you teach them rules, basic behaviors, and then you start getting into the meat and potatoes of instruction, and kids need a good 6 weeks of instruction to see how they sort out. And then the one initiating intervention within 21 days, I don't know if there's a need for that. If there's someone in a tier 2 or tier 3, they're either going to go through a Title I program support system,
or may have a reading specialist, but I have concerned about small districts who don't have reading specialists. So those are the concerns that I have. And and coupled with that is RSA 200:60, which is reading specialist requirement. It says the Commissioner of the Department of Ed shall issue a request for proposal to secure the contract services of a reading specialist to enable the department to provide school districts with the support and resources necessary to assist students with dyslexia and related disorders and their families. And so I don't know if that has occurred, because to me, that's the precursor to this. So that's a question. I don't know if you know, Representative Tanner, if there is one. Are we able to ask the?
We can ask, and you talk about these timelines and all that, and when we're talking about some of this reading identification, when you're asking a kindergarten or first grade teacher to give you a report by any time in September, forget it. You're not going to get it. And so that's part of the timeline concern I have on any kind of a bill that we have. In reality, you're not going to get it done. But on this one right here, there's some lawyer terms here that they love. The word promptly. What does promptly mean? That could become a question. You didn't notify me with 1 day or 2 days. You did it after 14 days. Is that promptly? Well, in some schools, that may be really early for notification. Then on the top part there, the screen shall be repeated one additional time during the current school year. So the student comes in April. Do you have to do it one more time after that? That doesn't make any sense to me either. And repeated a minimum twice yearly through third grade. There may be some students that are in third grade. They're absolutely having no problems. They are reading now. They are not even necessarily using your phonics to do that. They may be just good vocabulary comprehension type readers with fluency. Right. And so I think what we're sometimes doing is writing legislation that's going to cover all ends, which you can't do that. The kids are different and teaching is different, and some of the policies for these timelines have to be made locally and in the classroom in conjunction with a specialist. And Representative Cadden are right. We do not have, and we're in my community, the reading teacher to help. We don't have the money for it. And in the specialists, whereas you have some school districts have curriculum specialists, that's an unknown in many of our small school districts in this state. So I'd be careful with the timeline business and some of the vocabulary you can't define. Representative Cascadin again.
Just a final to remember that, we're trying to make decisions in the best interest of kids, not what we want, but also to trust in the system because it does work, and know that children are not carbon copies of each other, nor are they all going to fit in the same box at the same time. I mean, there's a wide spectrum of abilities, and it takes some magic, as Margaret would know, to be able to juggle all of the abilities of children so that they all succeed. So just want to keep that in mind. So thanks.
Representative Cornell?
I just wanted to reinforce the thing about kindergarten, because depending on where you live, when you enter kindergarten, kids enter with very, very different skill sets, even within like Manchester, depending on which area you're coming from. I know one kindergarten teacher, her students entered, they didn't know their colors. But then you have another kindergarten in another part of the city, they probably enter school reading because they've gone to preschool or something else. And the other kids are sitting home watching TV until it's time for kindergarten. So we have to remember that too. Not everybody's entering equal either.
I recall what my wife said. She was a first grade teacher up in Dillingham, Alaska, which the only way you get there is by plane. There's no roads to it. It's Bush, Alaska. And she had kids coming in that were, just tremendous kids in terms of their culture. When it came to some of this stuff right here, And so, again, one shoe doesn't fit all. Going over this side and then Representative Myler.
Thank you. what we have to remember was what was one of the intents of this bill to begin with is that dyslexic children tend to be average and brighter and can hide. And that was the point of doing the multiple testing throughout that whole time period, is to catch those who in classrooms seem to be doing fine but aren't really. They've made up tools to use for themselves. They're compensating, and that works until they hit that brick wall. And then you find out that they can't. And the whole point of this was to catch those kids before they hit that brick wall.
Yeah, yes, Representative Milam.
Yeah, mine is really a follow-up to Representative Tanner asking about the status of the reading specialist out of the department. Do we know what the status of that is?
Do we have any?
Yeah, Mr. White's here.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Melissa White, Division Director for Learner Support, Department of Education. Initially, the reading specialist contractor, we were allocated $30,000 to contract with a specialist to provide those services as outlined in the RSA. We contracted with the person that was doing that work for as long as I've been at the department, which has been about 3.5 years. Since I would say September, I believe it was, we were able to hire on our ELA education consultant that does have meets all the qualifications and has all of the background to meet the reading specialist provision. So we wanted to make a change in the legislation so that we could reflect that. Instead of having to contract that work out as outlined in the RSA, we'd have the ability to have somebody on staff that could provide a lot of that work. The contractor previously did all of the, put together all of the resources, put together screeners, and we have all of that, all those resources and supports available on our website. In addition to our learning management system, all of that can be accessed. And there's clarifications on the legislation, resources, and supports specifically to meet that requirement. And then our ELA specialist that is currently with the department is continuing on that work. She's working on the Lean into Literacy initiative, where we're doing trainings across the state in reading instruction, in addition to looking at providing some supports at the in our teacher education training programs and that. So she is continuing to do the work that is outlined in that. But again, with one person and a very, very, very small allocation to go towards that, we're able to augment a little bit with the federal funds to have her do that work. But with just one person, we're not able to have her providing supports to all of the schools. So she's able to provide kind of a higher level, but not necessarily being able to go in and do trainings at each and every school across the state, because we just have that one staff member.
Follow-up. So is it part of the department's budget proposal to have that position full-time rather than having to contract it out?
I think that if we were able to use an allocation to go towards even partially meeting half of that funding for that position, I think that would help. But currently, there's just the $30,000 that we are able to use for
So
those
there's not a budget item being
Not at this
proposed?
time, no.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. I do have a bill coming before us that will modify the reading specialist statute so that it doesn't have to be a contract situation. That doesn't have an appropriation with it either, but who knows? We can always mend things, right?
I think having the flexibility is important, because we have to look at what is the most fiscally appropriate way to get the services of an expert in that field. We're very, very lucky that we just happen to hire an ELA specialist that meets all those requirements and has that specialty in her background.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, I think one of the concerns we have is that this committee and this legislative body has authorized like a nurse coordinator. They've authorized a guidance person. and yet they have those positions as they've been authorized by this legislative body. They have not been filled and followed up with by the department. And so that's the concern that I have as we look at this they're all important, but this particular one, that if we're going to deal with having an individual that we as a group feel is appropriate, then I think it's incumbent upon the department. I'm not picking on you at all, but it's incumbent upon the department to recognize that and to move forward appropriately with the budget. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah.
Would you like me to respond to the nurse position? Because I can provide an update if you would like. So for that particular position, we had difficulty filling a position that was specific to that, but we were able to hire an administrator that has an MPA, and she is an MPH, a master's in public health. So she is the bureau administrator for wellness and nutrition. So she oversees that entire bureau, and then she's able to provide the specific requirements as outlined in the RSA to provide those services to the schools and be that nurse coordinator position.
Thank you for that update.
Yes, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to speak briefly to continue on with some testimony that we had heard previously, especially from the Department of Education. When it comes to how often we're doing this testing, we heard testimony previously that the test itself is obviously not perfect. No test is. There is going to be some number that is a false positive on this. Those students who are false positive on the test are then going to experience some degree of diversion from the normal studies program as part of this. So I think what I'm getting at here is there is an optimum number. There has to be, given the law of diminishing returns, for how many and how frequently we're doing these tests, because the more frequently we do them, the less we're going to be capturing actual dyslexia, the more we're going to be capturing false positives. So I don't know if we actually know what that number is, because if we go too far over that number, we can't say with any certainty that we're actually doing more good than harm in the educational cycle.
Representative Cascaden.
Thank you. Going back to the statute on the reading specialist, again, there is a section in there that talks about the commissioner will submit a report about the effectiveness of the work of the reading specialist to make sure it's complying with all the requirements in the law, and that he would give a copy of that report to the Speaker of the House, the Senate President, the chairperson of the House and Senate Education Committees, and the governor no later than November 1st, 2018, and annually thereafter. So I'm wondering if you have received such a report in the fall, and that might help us know how are things going in specifics as part of this discussion.
Reports are filed by the commissioner, and we do get them here.
You do, okay.
Yes. We get them on bullying, we get them on various types of activities that they're required to report to us. We do get those reports.
Okay.
You're right, most of them come in during the summer.
Okay.
Or late spring.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so there would have been a summary report of how the contracted service has worked thus far.
Yeah, we can look, but I know there's a number of reports which we do receive.
Could you be able to
I
get that?
provided that report
Yeah.
before
Okay.
November 1st, so
I'd be interested.
they should have that.
Thank you.
I could send that. Yep.
Representative Tanner?
So as committee members, where would we go to find those reports online?
I think it would be probably wiser going right to DOE to get them, because oftentimes those reports come here and they're provided to us, they're provided to the various people that are required by statute to be notified, but then they are parked somewhere on a desk. Whereas truthfully, yeah, they got to be filed somewhere. And so the best place to get it is inquire directly to the department, and they can get those reports. It's just like the other day we had a question regarding the reports of the EFAs and that scholarship organization. The reports have been submitted. It's just that somewhere after submittal, that's where all the confusion starts. Yes, Representative Mull. Balboni.
Yes, concerning those reports, just as a new member, not knowing where all that information is and to hear that it's been filed somewhere, it would be extremely helpful, whether it's an internal, I mean, I don't know where you publish that information, but it certainly would help me in understanding, all these issues that are coming up. So thank you.
Unfortunately, see, they send it usually to the chair. Chairs change. The legislators come and they go and all this other, so it's just, I guess the whole system that's rethought as far as how can that be put out to the committee, and then in the fall, committee members in the beginning of biennium all change. Here we are now with half this committee is brand new. And so with that, you obviously haven't seen those reports. We have communicated some of those other reports, copies will be made. I know Jennifer makes copies of some of those and they're handed out to committee members. What goes on after that, I don't know. Yeah, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. I'd like to take a step back, if I might. If you remember, HB 437 was a larger reading literacy initiative. What I did was I incorporated 377 into that bill in an amendment. And based on the hearing, I have gone back and drafted an additional amendment, not submitted yet to OLS. But what I did was provided the reading incentive grant program, which was in the original bill for the third grade. I made it for the second and third grade because I think in order for grants to be made, there's going to have to be made on a common product. So I also added that the department would identify a contract with a universal literacy and dyslexia screening product. I worked with the Amplify people who make Dibbles to incorporate some measures of what that product should include. I added the charter schools. In terms of speaking to that universal screener that the department would get, I added an appropriation to the bill for the department to acquire that screener for use statewide. And in relation to the $1,000 reading improvement grants, the bill does require a report from the district outlining the plan on how the district intends to use the grant award funds to offer intensive reading intervention programs. So hopefully that will provide some measure of how those funds are being used to actually help kids rather than the differentiated aid grant, which just goes into a black hole, if you will. And this reading improvement grant replaces the differentiated aid. It'll cost a little bit more, but it does replace that. So, I'm taking a different, broader scope approach to this by trying to include dyslexia as well as literacy, because it's all based on a screener and looking at deficiencies. Also, in my discussions with the Amplify Dibbles people, they have a product above Dibbles. It includes Dibbles, but also identifies, and it's meant to be teacher given at the district level. It identifies the deficiencies and also provides recommendations on interventions to correct those deficiencies, and has a patient, excuse me, I keep doing that, a parent portal, because one of the requirements is the bill is for parental notification and follow up with the parents. And this dashboard would help accomplish that without any additional work on the district level, I think. So that's what I'm trying to do in 437. I passed a couple of copies around. I just wanted to get a feel for the effort from the committee before submitting this again, another amendment to the bill to OLS for drafting. But that's what my intention is in this next amendment.
Further, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I don't mean to dwell on this point, but I'm sure you didn't mean to say that adequacy grants go into a black hole.
I'm sorry, no, the differentiated aid grants.
Though that's an adequacy grant.
Yeah.
And it doesn't go into a black hole. I think probably what you meant is that districts can use those funds as they see fit. And they certainly report back out on them in detail in the DOE 25.
Right, and it goes into a black hole as far as knowing whether that money, and it's $1.7 million a year, actually goes to help kids with their reading.
No, I agree with that.
Right.
Districts can use it as it sees fit. It's part of general adequacy funding. So thanks.
On the other side of the coin, $1.7 million spread over this entire state. If you look at the amount of money we're providing in the differentiated aid for reading, it's minuscule. And you only receive it if you're not qualifying for the other three categories of special education or differentiated aid, which are special education free and reduced and English language learner. So, if we were requiring accountability, and I've tried to do that in the past, it would spend more money trying to get the accountability report than we're sending the district for, improving reading. So, yeah. Further, yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Light. Just to follow up on Representative Balboni's question, DOE. The last report according to the regulation, the last report that the Commissioner's Office should have generated would have been November 22. Is it possible for you to request copies for this
Sure we
committee?
can. Sure.
Yeah,
We can request them right now.
Well, you're the chair,
Oh, no, we can get we don't have to have multiple. We can just get one report. We get it, we give it to Jennifer, she makes multiple copies.
Either electronically, yes, we all have some base of the same information.
Yes, I provided the report before November 1st and I can resend that.
Thank you.
Sure. That'd be fine. Are there further questions of the department? Not seeing, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we're back to the bill itself, 377. Where are we on this thing? Okay, is there any further discussion on 377, the amendment? Yes.
Am I correct in that both 377 and 437 are early bills? I'm sorry, 437. My mistake.
437 is an early bill.
Yeah. And 377?
And
Yeah,
no,
it
no,
doesn't
no.
necessarily hold that
No.
FN equals early.
We have over 40 bills with FNs on it. We have 16 early bills. Yeah. No, the second one's not an early,
Right.
not an early bill. So one of them is. Mhm.
I think, once you put that extra $1,000 in whatever, that kind of makes 377 if we amend it with this amendment, also an early bill. And is there a problem with?
No, it does not. No, it does
Okay,
not
it
make an
doesn't,
early
even though
bill.
we add the money
We
in.
could put $1 million on that
Okay,
thing and it's
but
not
so
gonna be an early
My question
bill.
is, can we just recess 377 until we are talking about the other one for 437 and then look at them both together at that point, since we may be amending two into one, if that's what we decide to do? Does that make sense?
Looking at both bills, we're gonna make sure the intent of both bills is closely linked. And I'm looking at the intent on 377 here, the screening of intervention, and the other one is your bill, isn't it?
Yes.
Glenn? For
I can, if,
437?
if you'll give me a moment, I have copies of my amendment that includes my addition of 377, not the rest that we just
Yeah,
talked
yeah,
about.
yeah.
But I have copies in the office I can get.
Yeah, they're both dealing with similar topics. So they could be joined into one bill. There's no question there. I think I would throw out the caution here, though, that for us, sometimes it's easy to write statutory language, but we got to also make sure that the statutory language we write, with all its timelines and responsibility, gels with reality. By that, I mean gels with what's going on in the grade schools. And I know the intent is to make sure everybody's reading and we get kids reading. But to do that, I caution on one shoe fits all. It's something you've got to be very careful. There's some schools that probably are using other programs to try to accomplish this. There's some schools that, teach reading differently than another, and there's no set protocol for the state. If we do something like this, yes, there's some benefits to it, but there's also going to be some casualties. So, Representative Cascadon.
Thank you for making that point. Definitely we want kids to read, and definitely we want to be able to support whatever can help support the districts in that process. I caution about recommending any one particular tool because to me, that's not our role to do that, whether the state provides the funding or not. And yes, I've been trained in DIBELS, and I don't discredit what you can get from it. But I know that there are schools that have also used STAR and are using a different version of DIBELS to get to the same information. So I worry about us sitting here making a decision on a tool when we're not reading specialists and we don't really know what a child might need. And I think that's up to the local school district. But definitely, if we can put our heads together, I like the suggestion of Representative Lekas to look at both bills together to see what we can do to strengthen reading instruction for our kids.
Representative Cordelli?
Yes, I didn't mean to imply that my draft would require any one product. It would be based on an evaluation and contract by the Department of Education. But I feel that if we are going to award grant money based on proficiency level, that you have to base it on a common product.
Yeah, our district also uses STAR Math, STAR Reading. There's a lot to this. If you look back over the years in education, we've gone through many swings of the pendulum in education. And every time we make a swing, we think we've got the answer. Then we swing back and we go from inquiry science we go to modern mathematics, we go to no walls, we go to walls, we go to all over the place. And every time we make these changes and these moves, we're messing with education. And to the point where we're taking that local thread away, which is fit to their particular community, and as a result of their local board and their teachers working cooperatively together. So it's a challenge. We know we've got to try to improve in some areas, but the we is going to have to be the local school district. And it's not going to be from this level right here. We can say, hey, we emphasize that you do this. We want to see something change, but I don't know. I would suggest you all go down and get in a kindergarten room, go down and get in a first grade room, and see what's going on. The old saying, everything you need to know in life is taught in the kindergarten. Well, that's true. And so so please, before we go with both of these bills and try to, we got to be careful. Be really careful where we're going. That's coming from my experience as an elementary teacher and elementary principal. And it's a challenge. It's a fun job, but it's very, 16 little guys in a classroom in the first grade is like having a whole army in a classroom. I can tell you that. And it takes a lot of work, a lot of work. And I can remember when I was a fourth grade teacher, back then in those days, there was 25, 28 kids, maybe 30 kids in the classroom. And they came down with this program called Fountain Valley. And we had to, and Fountain's still around, some of the products, but at any rate, we had to identify what we were doing in reading in terms of every darn phonetic skill you can believe. We had to track all the blends, the digraphs, the consonant short, or the consonants and the blends and the vowels short and long, and all the other associated skills, both in comprehension and vocabulary. I spent most of my day managing those charts. And every time you make a teacher do that, you're subtracting from the instructional time and the real benefit that teacher's in that room for. So I put that caution. I think what we will do is we will recess and not take any action on this, and we'll try to blend the two bills together, see if we can.
We do it 4:37. That's on the schedule.
Yeah, see, and we're going to have to, we can't keep putting off these early bills, though. We're going to have to do it. We're getting into February. And so when we do the force, that's on Monday. So we could also note this one to be heard on exec on Monday. I'll have to work around these rules with our clerk, make sure I do things right, Jennifer. Keep me in line here, will you please? I'll do it my way, if anything. That's not going to work.
We're recessing this.
We'll recess this bill. So that means we recess, 3 bills today? And we'll try to get those on the docket in the proper location so we can do it with the other bills. Yes, Representative Cascadden.
I'm sorry. Is the intent of the bill to replace the current reading in the disparity aid? Would this replace it? Because right now it's, what is it, $700 or something per child if they are reading below grade level by the end of third grade or by third grade. And I believe, are they using the New Hampshire State Assessment as that measure? With the,
Could you repeat that?
yeah. So $1,000 per student.
Yes.
Right, okay. So is that to replace the differentiated aid category of students reading below grade level? And do they use the New Hampshire State Assessment for that measure because all third graders take the state assessment?
That was in my original bill, what
Okay.
you state.
Yeah,
In my new amendment, the differentiated aid is still eliminated and replaced by this reading improvement grant.
okay,
The grant would be given in the second and third grades. So, in order to have a common base for awarding of that grant,
need a
I
universal.
suggested the state purchased screener would be used, and then we could see where proficiency levels were based on a common platform.
okay, that makes sense. I understand now why you're talking universal screener, because they all have to take the same.
Right.
To get the comparison.
Yes.
So that would replace that category of disparity.
Right, and that 1.7 million would fold up, let's say, to the new level. I wasn't able to get any numbers from the Department of Education about the number of deficient second and third grade readers. But what I did look at was the second and third grade enrollment, which is about 12,000 students per grade level. Look at the proficiency levels, which are generally around 50% in reading at the state level. So that's, I took that, then multiplied that by $1,000 per deficient reader to get a ballpark idea of what the cost of the program would be.
So what was your ballpark figure? 6 million?
Per year.
Yeah, that's what I calculate right there.
Well, it's 6 million,
Using your figures you just mentioned.
right, 6 million second grade,
Yeah.
and 6 million third grade, times 2 years. So it's 24 million.
Yeah. Boy, buy myself a Cadillac with that. Okay. Alrighty, so I guess we're at the end of the day on all this. So what we will do is that we have no more bills to exec today, so we're gonna end this executive session. And we'll take these 3 bills and hook them on to an exec session at a time which is best with the other bills. That we'll have to put in the calendar. Thank you for all in the audience of wading through all this.
Right.
And tell Jerry Frew he must have fun streaming this thing, huh? Yes,
Can you repeat what bills that we are,
yeah, okay.
please?
Okay, let me go back on the sheet here. Okay, the bills which we are going to be coming up with and putting in 272, that's the funding of the charter school, upping that a little bit. And then 577, that is the catastrophic aid, 3.5 deal. And the one we just addressed, which was dealing with 377, the dyslexia. And of course, the other bills which we were discussing are already on the agenda for our executive session next week. So what I will do is I'll look at and try and hook them onto the same day. But what we gotta be very careful is when we're reviewing these, we look at all read them over, and if you have questions, you ought to be communicating with folks, either with Dave or Mel here, or with myself and Glenn or others on the committee, to try and get that little note done, because if we're gonna have amendments, we're gonna need those amendments. I'm concerned about all these timelines. When you say 10 days after doing something, you're gonna be able to do this, that ain't gonna work it in a school. It's just not going to be possible. It's,
And I've asked Representative Cascaden and Tanner to look at what we just talked about, what Glenn was just talking about, to get a sense of where that fits with the dyslexic bill too. So they're looking at that.
Yeah. And I'm very cautious of building a program around one system. That is, that's not, sounds like we're looking at textbooks in Florida and California telling what we're gonna have to do. Yeah, okay,
Excuse me, Brett.
yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Must I be here for the work session?
No.
I'm struggling a little. I can be in, so if I'm here for.
No, you don't have to be here for the work session. The work session simply, no actions taken in a work session. Work sessions primarily for those that need more information or we need to work more on a bill, and we have 4 bills there. 3 finance and the direct Medicaid bill, 601.
I'll be in for executive.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Arlene. We've caught on to that very quickly. Librarian at work.
Just have a shush over.
It's like going to a college classroom and saying, this is how you're gonna do it. I'd go over like a parking church. And now what we're trying to do here is do the same thing to the kindergarten teacher, which is, to me,
He's already jumping.
yeah.
Well, you can understand. People who are not in the business of educating.
Yeah.
Who think you can set a deadline, you can get there.